Hello, 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 hello. Testing. Hello, 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 hello. Testing. Okay, so today I wanted to do my second official stream, and I think just do a 2-hour painting. I haven't done much painting recently, so I'm just trying to get back into things, and I figured it'd be a good idea just to do a 2-hour session. Trying to get used to Photoshop again, and we'll just see how it goes. Hopefully I'll be able to make this stream into a YouTube video. I did another stream a few days ago, and I tried to make some YouTube videos out of my stream, but it didn't go very well because I'm not very good at it. So we'll see how today goes. I'm just keeping things simple, and I just grabbed these two references. These are from Pinterest, and so I just wanted to do like a character / environment artwork and use these as the inspiration. I think I'll keep most of the reference intact and just change a few things. I'm using Pure Ref to keep my reference on the side. Oops. Still not really sure if I like streaming or not yet, but I'm just trying it out. Oh, I almost spilled my coconut water. I'm just trying it out, see how it goes. And if I like it, then I'll keep doing it. Otherwise, I might just do YouTube videos themselves while I work on my art. So I kind of had the idea of this lady being like some kind of merchant. So I already have a few ideas about some things I want to change, but 2 hours isn't a ton of time, so it could just end up being more of a render and just keeping the reference intact. So I'm getting my tablet out. Oops. I like the color scheme of this one more, but I like the composition of this one. Let me just move this somewhere else. Yeah, that's right. Oh, maybe not. Here, new layer. trying to see what it looks like if the sky is more blue. It looks better. I want to crop it so that it's a 4:5 aspect ratio. Four, 5. Boom. So I'm just going to use this opportunity to try and plan out my painting a little bit before I actually start painting. So I think I don't like this lamp being here, just because it's a little bit distracting and unnecessary. So we're just going to paint it out for now. And I don't like how this building is intersecting here. So I can either just get rid of it completely, or just move it to the side. I think I'll just get rid of it completely because I don't think it needs to be there at all. And I like these towers, so I'm gonna keep them. Okay. Maybe I'll use an airbrush. I don't think I'm gonna be very good at streaming. I have a feeling that I might be better suited to just making offline videos, but I guess it can't hurt to do both. Unless I just get distracted by the fact that I'm on camera. But I'd imagine that goes away the more you do it, so maybe it's just something that I have to work through. So let's group that. Yeah, that looks way better. Let me just zoom out. Boom. I like the setting and I like the lighting. I might tint the shadows a bit more blue. And maybe more saturated. I think that would look cool. So maybe we'll just try and see how that looks. need a curves. Oh. Oh. On the wrong layer. This one. Curves. Maybe I should duplicate this first. Curves, curves, blue. Wow. So you can control the shadows, the darkness, the color temperature of it. If you just go into curves, you want it to be more blue or less blue, go to the blue wavelength. Keep all the other the values the same by making these points, and then just here in the shadows I want to make it more blue, so I push it up. Or you can make it less blue, push it down. So once you know how to use curves, it's really helpful. And I don't want it to stand out too much, but you know, just something subtle. Even that's a bit too much. Just want like a tint. So that looks pretty good to me. And I'll put this in the group as well. Cool. I also wanted to darken her skin. I don't know if I'm gonna get hate for that, but I think it would look cool. I don't know if this is the right layer mode I should be using. Maybe multiply. I want to keep the lights intact, so maybe that. I think it looks worse. Like her face really stands out in the original, which is good. Looks alright. I don't know if that's necessarily the effect I wanted. What if okay, so I don't know how to make her skin darker without killing the highlights. So maybe I'll just leave it as is. Yeah, it's fine. I also wanted to give her a prop. So I was kind of thinking I can move this hand up like here, and she could be holding a coin, because I'm thinking of her character as kind of like a merchant, and I think that would look cool. So she's like, I'm trying to think how it would look. I'm not really good at drawing hands. Coin. This side. Outwards. That would work. I think I would need a reference for the hand. Maybe I'll keep that there for now. I'm like imagining her holding it between her fingers with her hand stretched out. Maybe it should be between her index and her middle finger. And this is just like an idea, so it doesn't have to be a good drawing. They kind of look like sausages. And boom. Kind of liked it, between this one and her hand would be like this. Maybe closer to her face. So it's like you see the face and then you see the hand. Maybe a bit lower. I think looks good. And it would need to be forward a bit so it's catching the light, it's not hidden behind her face. This is starting to sound kind of difficult. I mean, she has a good pose already. Maybe I could just do this, but down here. Or if she has it like this. Like that. I think that's kind of cool. Let's get rid of this idea. I know that's pretty hard to see. It's basically 4 fingers like this. Thumb on the side. And then coin. Still this color. It's too light. This one maybe. And I think that's cool. I hope I'm not speaking too softly. Whatever, I think it'll be fine. Yep. I want to enlarge the whole thing so there's a bit more focus on her and less dead space. So I think I don't want to cut off her hand. I think that's pretty good. So I kind of like the buildings going out of view. It feels like they're quite tall. This one's staying in view. There's something about their color scheme that I'm not quite liking. I think maybe it doesn't have enough grays, so it's overly saturated. Maybe I'll try do some adjustments. Hue and saturation. What was it, control U? Trying to see what it would look like if the background was less saturated. And I think it does need to lose a little bit so that the front pops a bit. I think like that's kind of good. I feel like maybe she could be bigger. do want like an asymmetric composition, so I don't want to cut out too much. I think that's good. Maybe a little bit less. Feel like she's off to the side a little bit. And I wanna increase the saturation on her dress. What if I just do like a overlay? I think that looks pretty cool. And I want to add a few grays to her dress as well. What does that do? Divide? Whoa. So I think divide just does the opposite of whatever you select. Seems to be pretty good for like picking out highlights. So I kind of just want something that looks interesting, and to do that you kind of need to control saturation, value, and composition. And add a lot of variation. So I feel like is helping add a bit of variation in this focal area. Looks kind of cool on her eyes too. But I kind of like her dark eyes. Boom. What if we do it here? So I'm kind of switching between looking at this and looking at the navigator down the bottom. Just so I can see what it looks like from afar. Kind of like like how that makes her eyes pop. Let me just make it a little bit more subtle and so it's not touching the iris. This hand needs a bit more brightness. It's too much. Okay, it's better. And maybe the underside of this hand too. Okay. I kind of would like some atmospheric perspective. So what if I just do this? That looks pretty cool. Mask it out. Oh. And black to delete. My music stopped. It's a really annoying thing with YouTube music when you're in the free mode. It'll just stop after like half an hour just to make it annoying, so you get premium. Just fix this up with a bit of white. And then opacity. So I just master on the character and I'm just lightening the background. And I don't want to do too much. Again, we want to work with subtlety. So I'm going to do around 7% and maybe delete some towards the bottom so that it's like more of a gradient. Okay, that looks nice. So it kind of pulls her more into focus. And I want to saturate the blues a bit more, I think. We'll just do an overlay layer. Oh. Yeah, that's nice.
Listen, paying $16.99 a month for a streaming app.
So I don't want to go crazy with this.
And $14.99 for a fitness
but
app.
Like maybe some saturated blues in the shadows.
So why not get YouTube Premium for just $16.99? It's like having all those and the entire world of YouTube uninterrupted. Your wallet will thank you. If wallets could talk.
This really only needs to be around the focal areas, so maybe take some back. And this is again just for visual interest. Focal points. Don't really want it in the corner of the canvas. I kind of want it closer to the center, near her face and her hand. So like here would be good. Right next to the cheek. And so we can do this, but it's very easy to overdo it. So I might just do that and maybe even lighten it so it's not like killing the darks. And I want to delete some of this in the middle. Let the red shine through. I wonder if a different layer mode would work better. Color dodge is doing more of what I wanted, but now it's too strong. So maybe if I just use a hard round brush and I just be a bit more selective of where I want it to go. I think mostly just on the character herself rather than any part of the background. So the hard round brush is really nice, just for deleting anything that's kind of unwanted. So I'm just trying to make this a bit more subtle. Looks nice. Now I just need to see how much I can get away with. And again, we want it to be subtle. %'s pretty good. And I think this is a little bit overdone. Just take some of it back. Do I want her face to stand out more? Maybe. Vivid? What am I doing? It's an eraser. So she really looks like she's under direct sunlight with this filter, so I think I like that. It helps bring more attention to her face, which is the focal point of the painting. think I'm about done with the planning. Just want to see if it needs any kind of lighting adjustments. If just doing some tweaks will help it. And like, even this, destroying some of the contrast in the background. I feel like that's helping. Okay, so it's just overall less contrast in this new version. And I think I just want to bring a little bit of that back in certain areas. So let me just duplicate this. Then to contrast, turn it up, mask it out, invert, and then I can paint with white in some areas where I want the contrast to come back a bit. And that's mainly just going to be in
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app altogether.
these focal areas around the face
One subscription, 2 apps. New users try
where
one
it gets
month
dark.
once.
Wherever you pull out contrast, the form is going to show a bit more. So these folds would be good. These parts where it's overlapping a bit. I want to see the form of the hands. And her face can be pretty subtle, but maybe we want some nice strong shadows on the side of her face. So that's with contrast added back in. I think I like that, but I think maybe I need to add some saturation back. So I'm just gonna merge all the layers into a new layer. That's Control Alt Shift E, and then maybe I'll just turn up the saturation a bit. Again, maybe mask it out, invert the mask, and just bring it back in the areas that you want it. So I like the saturation and those blues around the focal points, on the face. How does that look? Pretty hard to see the difference. Let's just duplicate it, merge them together. Still can't really see a difference. Okay, now I can see it a bit more. Does it look better? I don't think it really matters. Maybe I'll just go back. Damn, that looks kind of cool. That doesn't need to be there. Okay. And so that looks better. Just need to take it back a bit. Oops. Okay, I like that. And let me just flip the canvas. I think it's a little bit too light. I think I want it to be more of like a sunset feel. Okay, does that look good? I think it looks better. Maybe a little bit too much. Okay, so that was before and this is after. I think one problem is that it's maybe a little bit uncohesive. So maybe let me just grab this color, do a layer over everything.
The most meaningful things are never built alone. At Notion, we believe AI shouldn't change that. The future isn't one person doing the work of 10. It's teams working with AI to do more than they thought they could. Let's build the future together.
I think that looks better. So I just put a soft light layer with the color of the setting. Turn down the opacity. And it kind of brings all the colors a bit closer together. So that's before and after. I think the colors are maybe went a little overboard. Okay. Honestly, I don't know if it looks better or not. Maybe even slightly worse in some areas. The composition's definitely better. So what if I just merge everything, turn it off, and just bring back some of the original. And I still need these background adjustments. Okay. Where's the hands? Here. Okay, so this is after all the edits. This is mostly the original. If I just do like maybe halfway. think that looks pretty good. So I was able to make my edits, but just turn them down so it's a bit more tasteful. And there's this little blue spot in the back which I don't like. So, I mean, what's the point of all this when I'm just gonna paint? I think just kind of getting an idea of making intentional decisions to try and improve the artwork past just what's there on the reference. And so since we're taking the reference and changing it directly, can kind of see a bit easier what exactly we're changing compared to the original. So it's kind of just like a practice, exercise, just improve a bit at making decisions. I really like Divide as a adjustment layer. It gives some cool effects. Did that help at all? Kind of just playing around now. I think it looks cool. So I'm gonna save this. I think that's all I want to do with that reference, and now I can merge everything, turn everything off, and then see before and after. So I think my reference, my version just has better focus on the character. So in composition it's definitely working better. In color, I think there's a bit more visual interest on the character, so it's working nicer. There's less distractions in the background. And the lighting,
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app.
it's very good in the original. I've just kind of
Uninterrupted videos and an app.
tried to improve it a bit.
YouTube Premium. One subscription, 2 apps.
Here,
Try 1 month
here.
on us.
So it kind of falls off a bit more gracefully rather than suddenly. So I think it looks pretty good. And I'll just export that. That's fine. Save it. Save it maybe to my references. Okay. This in my reference thing. And now I can start with a white canvas. Okay. So when you're painting from reference, you don't have to do all that photoshopping, but it is a good exercise just for making some decisions about how you want your painting to look, rather than just freestyling it as you go. So I haven't painted in a while, so kind of just be feeling things out, seeing how it goes. I'd like to start off with a sketch and fill it in with some flat colors. I don't think I need to sketch the background since it's going to be out of focus anyway. But I definitely want to sketch the character.
Okay, you're on YouTube watching a classic Mitski video. But did you know there's a YouTube music app where you can discover new music with a swipe ad-free? Wait, is this the new Mitski? Yes. Get YouTube Music Premium.
It's a brush that I was using. This one. So I might do a rough sketch and then do like a proper sketch over the top. I think that might be a good way to work. And I don't really have a set process yet. So I might just be trying different things out and see what works. Let's start. So I'll just try and get the general position and shape of her. way off. So the proportions of this are already looking quite off. That's okay. Can always adjust it. I guess that's the point of having a rough sketch anyway. But maybe I'll try and bring in a bit more gesture. It's not a academic drawing. I want it to have nice shapes and flow. So I find drawing pretty hard naturally. I've never been strong at drawing or very confident at it. So when I first started art, I was kind of just painting because drawing didn't come easily to me. So for a long time, I didn't practice my drawing skills at all. Then I realized, like, in order to have paintings with actual structure and to understand how they're actually working beneath the surface level, you kind of need to know how to draw. Like making shapes and objects in 3D space. In order to understand them, you need to be able to draw them. Just train something in your mind that really helps you understand them in 3D space. So I've been practicing drawing for the past 6 to 12 months. And painting's kind of taken a back seat. But now I'd kind of like to
because a bad mattress that catches up on you. So head on down to your local 40 Weeks and we can sort you out.
what's the word? Like combine the two and start making paintings that I like. Start using drawing as part of that process. Okay, and this is just going to be a rough hand. It's going to be some lines. And her other hand is around here. And my anatomy and fingers, features rather, is quite weak. I've kind of just been learning the basics of figure. Looks good. And so she's looking a bit tall in my drawing, so I might just stretch it out a bit, push it to the side. And So that's looking better. And I'm thinking about composition as well here. Doesn't need to match the reference exactly. Just has to work. So I think her chin and shoulder looks a bit tall. Maybe here. This needs to come down. Okay. This brush is from Xutunzi, Xutunzi. He's one of my favorite character artists at the moment. So I was doing his course on character fundamentals, which I haven't finished yet, and I need to get around to sometime. But his line work is really nice. So I wanted to use his brush. And I like having the line work show through to add structure to the painting.
I love my fur baby.
But I don't
love how
necessarily
much it
need
costs. So I'm just going to spend less on it.
the whole sketch
Amazon
to
has
be
low
left
prices on
over.
everything I need. Like these dental sticks because
In fact, I'd
Cameras,
rather
the
it
separation
be
anxiety.
mostly painting
my separation
with
anxiety.
just a bit of
He doesn't even know I'm gone.
supplementary.
And a
line.
leash for walks. Can you pretend you didn't hear that?
So I'm trying to get the shape
So
of his
spend
face
less,
right
Sweet little freeloader
with the
Amazon.
shadow.
Come on.
So that line's the shadow. I'll just draw a, oops. Just draw a through line for the angle of the face. And I actually wanted to change the tilt of her head a bit so she's looking down. We'll see how that goes because I'm not very good at changing perspective on anatomy yet. I don't need this to be overly clean, but I also don't like it to be distracting. In fact, it doesn't need to be clean at all since I'm going to be doing another sketch. Split these fingers. So it kind of seems helpful when doing hands to do like triangle shapes. And then if you split them in half, they become fingers. This kind of has like a nice shape to it when you make things out of triangles. Okay, let's not do that. One thing that's important is to, when you're doing the sketch, try to focus on the shapes rather than making it exactly like the reference. Because oftentimes if we try to follow the reference exactly, it ends up looking a bit boring and stiff. Whereas if we're interpreting what we see and we try to change it a little bit to make it more appealing, it can turn out better. So I'm still not very good at that, but it's good to keep in mind anyway, just so that you try to improve. To be honest, I don't really know who would want to watch this YouTube video. It's kind of just me figuring things out on my own. I guess if I stuck to it, maybe it would become better, more interesting. And I think if I like doing it, then I guess that's all that matters. But I'm still not sure if I actually like streaming. I guess you can only find out if you try it. Okay, so I wanted to tilt her to be like that. Maybe I could make her look down instead. I think that might be better and easier. So to do that, you need to bring the eye level down. So her eye level is probably around here. Around here. So if I just bring it down a bit, there, the chin can kind of stay in relatively the same place. Maybe even actually the same place. The nose needs to come down. And the mouth can pretty much stay where it is. And so just draw the top of the eyes for now. I want her to kind of have suspicious looking eyes. And it's the shadow. And I think it would look Maybe she was a little bit older looking. Like, she doesn't have to be as beautiful as she is in the reference. And I want this nice shape between her head garment and shadow on her face. So there's a nice triangle here. And I wonder if it'll be a good idea to like block in the shadow. Maybe not. So the YouTube videos that I want to make, I want them to be informative and for them to actually help like beginners, as well as just to showcase my own art and the things that I'm working on. And I want the videos to be entertaining, and it'd be nice if I could express myself a bit more on camera, more naturally. I think that would be good. But I think you only get there if you stick at it. I don't think anyone starts off being good on camera. And the better I get at art and the better I get at explaining the things that I'm doing, I think it'll all just compound into some positive reinforcing loops and just get more fun and more interesting to do. And then, you know, you just start doing it more and you become actually good at it, and you enjoy it more. But I like art and I want to do it for the long term, so I think that's really the most important thing. Just doing something that you enjoy and you want to continue doing. So I think the fact that I know that and have chosen something to keep at rather than just picking something randomly, I think it's already a good starting point. She's looking sus, I will say that. I don't know if I like the drawing, but I want her.
Bring her along. The more the merrier.
Milk, cheese, butter.
Lasagna.
to be a bit more menacing.
Devondale is
Not
the
menacing,
dairy
but
range
like
for your signature lasagna.
How'd you get so
like she's
crispy?
conniving or
The
something.
cow knows how.
I think maybe a bit of a smile
Grover, darling,
would help, and maybe some thinner lips. She's got quite thick lips in the reference. Maybe like a twisted. She kind of looks like the Joker. Like a smile that's just a bit lopsided. I think that looks alright. And this thing in the middle, like her necklace, I think that's pretty important. It looks kind of like she has a scarf around her neck. This belt in the middle is quite important. And what I mean by important is just that it's an important part of her costume in terms of the look, as well as the functionality of the costume. And I think you always have to be thinking about this character as a real person. Is she wearing something that is believable, has real function, as well as is just cool looking and consistent with the world that they belong to. So making sure to have that belt in the sketch is pretty important. Okay, I'm really bad at drawing hands, so don't judge me.
The most meaningful things are never built alone. At Notion, we believe AI shouldn't change that. The future isn't one person doing the work of 10. It's teams working with AI to do more than they thought they could. Let's build the
So
future together.
the vision that I have for this channel is I kind of want to build up my own skills of making content to improve my own art, as well as my content making skills, to make videos for people, and hopefully be able to do it full time someday. That might be a long while away, but it's a good time to start. Okay, now is this sketch working? I want like an asymmetry to her silhouette, and I feel like it's just a little bit too static right now. So the easiest way to fix that is, I think, just to make this side more straight and this side a little bit chunkier. So what I'm gonna do is just pull this out and maybe just select the whole thing, bring it over, tilt it a bit, and I'm missing the tilt of her head as well. And I think this hand can maybe be a bit higher, even though I think it's fairly accurate to the reference.
That's what it's all about. Coming in here, having some fun with your art, making some music, and putting it out there, hoping that people are gonna buy it. That's the whole fun about it. Because no matter how hard you work in the studio, no matter what
And maybe this hand higher too,
people are gonna dig it, you know?
just so there's a little bit of like this triangle that's happening, and the hands aren't just on the same level. In art, I feel like you have to change things up to be more dynamic, and so like taking these hands away from just being level with each other makes it feel more dynamic, and thus more interesting, which kind of feels like it's a bit contrived in a way, but like intuitively there's something about it that just makes it more interesting or appealing to the eye. So it's like something that we understand like rationally. I don't know if that's the right word, but intuitively we feel it as well. I wonder if she should have smaller irises. Oh, she looks gross.
Bring her along. The more the merrier.
All right, milk, cheese, butter,
Lasagna.
lasagna.
Devondale is the dairy range for your signature lasagna.
How'd you get it so crispy?
Devondale, the cow knows how.
Okay, would I like her head just to be bigger overall? Maybe a bit. So what that does is pull a bit more attention to her head as the focal point, as well as just makes it a bit more cartoony. So now we're stylizing the proportions. You'll find that a lot of cartoon characters, the head is like quite big compared to the rest of the body. And that's just because focally it draws more attention to the face, which is often what we're looking at when we're watching, say, an animated Disney film. It can also make the character look more childish or young. And in animation, often the characters are targeted towards younger audiences. Now, I don't necessarily want my character to look like a kid. Well, I don't, but again, it helps pull focus towards the head. Okay, is it working? You kind of continually have to ask yourself, is it working in regards to this or that? Just so that you can adjust as you go, because you don't want to get an hour into your artwork and realize that you need to change the whole thing. So I kind of forgot that this was meant to be a timed thing, so I might just bring up a timer now. I've got this app called Hourglass, and I'm going to start the 2-hour timer from now. Even though I've been sketching for a little bit, I've kind of been taking it slow. But first I might just take a little break, and then we'll come back and start the 2-hour. So I'm just gonna I'll just go away from my PC for a bit and then come back.
YouTube Premium as ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app altogether. One subscription, 2 apps. New users try 1 month on us.
Well, she has to have a home recorded of this one and the next one.
Most music apps have some kind of one-size-fits-all workout playlist. But the YouTube Music app has ad-free playlists personalized to fit you and your kind of workout. You better work, index finger. Get YouTube Music Premium. Try 1 month free of charge.
From the outback to the city. Enjoy your good morning The Nutella way.
An adventurous spirit needs strong immunity. Aptimal Gold Plus Toddler contains a unique blend of pre and probiotics. It's the only formula proven to strengthen their immune system, backed by 50 years of early life nutrition research. So you have the confidence to let them grow and explore, knowing they're immune ready for all of life's adventures. Aptimal Gold Plus Toddler. Your life, our science.
Join ANZ, the bank chosen by millions, and bank like a local.
The fresh deluxe sausage and egg McMuffin. Don't Macca's walk, Macca's run.
Squarespace is not only the best place to build your website, but to discover new domains too. Something like topfootballcamp.com for your top football camp, whisperingbloom.com for your silent retreat, or whisperingboom.com for your shouting retreat. Maybe velvetchords.com for your music studio, or existentialglitter.com for your artist studio. With a website from Squarespace, you can build your brand and your business all at squarespace.com. Get your domain before they're gone with offer code MAKEITREAL for 10% off your domain or website.
Bring your best. Devondale, the cow knows how.
Get back in the container! Then get back in!
Father was a cop, grandfather was a cop. Reed ends up serving under his dad, investigating a human trafficking operation.
It's okay. I'm here to help. We got a problem on the ship. A stowaway. By now, what it matters is we get those people to safety. What do you want? Vengeance.
He and his friends are busy carving up the world in advance, staking out their claims. Take a good look at these claims.
From brekkie pudding in the outback to warm waffles in the snow, a fresh bowl by the beach, or in town with a tropical treat. However you start the day, enjoy a good morning the Nutella way.
Discount car insurance can turn out to be a lemon. For cover that goes the extra mile, quote with Amy, winner of 4 CanStar Awards for Outstanding Value Car Insurance.
Hello. Oops, wrong one. Okay. It's time to start the timer. Where's my pen? There it is. Okay, so I'm figuring out my process. Oops. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, so line art. Oh, okay, let's just start with the sketch. Line art. Flats. Start with the background first. Then character. Then we're doing shadows. Shadows and form. Working on the edges. And then I guess final touches after. And effects. Final touches and effects. So that's my basic idea for my process. So let's start 2 hours. I keep it open there. And maybe I will do a sketch for the backgrounds. Let's just do a quick one. It'll help with composition as well. So just start.
Investment expertise from MLC. MLC, a lifetime in the making.
I wish that I could lie, but my mind gets in the way. Okay. Nice. Looks good. Really like the line weight of this brush. Get some nice variation. And nice fall off with it. That one Scug, thanks for visiting. Sorry that I left as soon as you got here. But nice to know that people can find the stream if they want to.
You don't mind. Can I see you again? And I'd like to be friends.
I don't like how these are the same level. Maybe let's bring this one down. Yep. It's good. Okay. And it's got this little balcony at the top. I think it's like a balcony. Fence. And I can just copy this. Copy paste. Let's do another one. Make this a bit smaller.
This is more than just a job. This is an ADF career. Make your impact.
Make this one a bit bigger. So this should help a little bit with the depth. Things get bigger when they get closer to the camera. Just gonna merge these. Keep the layer stack simple. And being able to control the pressure of your strokes really helps for speeding up your painting. Like you can go soft touch, soft touch, soft touch, really touch everything up, make it look nice. Or you can just do one hard touch and just kind of get it in one swoop. Really speed things up. In the background, it's kind of just like generic tall buildings. So like a bunch of rectangles essentially. Doesn't really have to be very specific because they're going to be blurred out. So just get the basic shapes and composition of them.
All you really want is an open road, a good break, a helpful mate. A new
Boom,
toy,
city in the
a secret
background,
spot.
cool
Get
buildings.
what you really want with the Ranger and Everest triple stack deal. Get 3K off select
It's kind of giving
models,
Star Wars
free
vibes,
general services,
which is
plus
kind of cool.
a 3K deposit contribution when you finance with
delete
Ford
this.
Finance. Get the Ranger and Everest triple stack deal at participating
Okay,
Ford dealers now.
I think it's a good idea to do like a undersketch of the anatomy of the person. so you can kind of
The
understand what's
delicious
going
new
on.
range at McCafe.
I don't know if
Visit
I have time for that, but maybe I'll just do something real quick. So let's do this in an underlayer. And again, my anatomy is pretty bad, so some of this might not make much sense. But at least it's good to start thinking about what's happening underneath. So that we can improve. And so like already it's looking a bit weird and awkward. Where's her neck? Here? It's quite thick. It's been a while since I did drawing the figure. Like shoulders probably around here. Then, one of the shoulders is behind and one's in front. So this one's behind, whereas this one's in front. And links up with the clavicle, and then down the center. And waist is here. I feel like the top of the pelvis might start around here, which means that pelvis probably comes down to about here. And again, she's standing on her side, so the center line is probably like that. Now, like under this giant garment, this isn't that important, but it's always good to think about, and you might even catch something that you would have to fix. You would otherwise have to fix later if you didn't do this. Trapezius. This hand is kind of looking crazy. So maybe I should try and iron out the anatomy of that. Let's just merge these together so I can erase that. And maybe I should grab some reference for this hand, because I feel like it's going to give me some trouble. And I'm already 10 minutes into this thing. I need to think about what kind of perspective this hand needs to be in to look good for the overall piece. Like I'm thinking like a coin like that in between the fingers. robe. And this.
Protein bars. Try them now.
So it doesn't really make sense. Like I've drawn the under thing with her shoulder here, but the garment, this shoulder's all the way out here. So maybe she's a bit too broad-shouldered in the initial sketch, which, you know, was like, I did that to make the shape a bit more interesting, but maybe I exaggerated a bit too much. It still needs to make sense underneath all the clothes. And I've got some decaf coffee here. It's really good. I just get coffee pods and then boil water and then stir it in, and then all the sediment goes to the bottom. And then you can drink from the top. It's kind of like a little hack that I made because I don't have a coffee machine. And I mostly just drink decaf because I don't like the caffeine, but I like the flavor. And I drink a lot of tea too, black tea. Okay. I think at my level, this is as good as the sketch is gonna get, probably. So I'm not liking this hand. Maybe it would help if I kind of showed the knuckles a little bit. Maybe not. Man, I really don't like drawing hands. Okay. Let's do a clean sketch over top. So I'm going to bring that to about 33, new layer, and the entire canvas.
Join HBF and get up to 12 weeks free, plus a gift card for new members on Hospital and Extras.
Fancy feast.
Just double it.
Ways to show your love with so many delicious recipes.
Okay, so now it's higher res, and I can do the actual sketch on top. Which basically makes that first sketch more of like a draft, and this one can be a bit cleaner and more thought out for the overall painting. So we're 18 minutes into our 2 hours, so I'm going to speed this up a bit. So we want to maintain the proportions and kind of allude to the form a bit. But don't overuse curves. We want to make sure that there's still lots of structure underneath. And structure really comes from straight lines. For the most part, anyway. Or I guess that's kind of a bit misleading. Structure comes from drawing in a way that looks like the forms are solid and made out of, you know, are actually like 3D in space. Which often means that because we have trouble drawing perfect curves, that straight lines often help us add structure to our drawings. But it doesn't necessarily mean that the lines that you draw need to be straight, but it can help. Especially if you're not that good at drawing. Like me. Looks weird. Okay, that'll have to do for that hand. I'm use pressure control to delete that quickly. And go back to the top. Get this part right. Again, subtle curves. Each line has a purpose, so that one is showing the roundness of the form at the top.
All things VIP, so you can superfan from your sofa.
And using straight lines where possible. Keep things looking solid. Drawing and painting quickly has always been like a weakness of mine. I find that my eyes can see more wrong than I'm able to actually fix, which leads me to kind of keep working on things for longer than I'd like. So having a timer at like 2 hours, that's the cutoff, is a good exercise for me, and trying to keep my practice bounded. Otherwise I'll just work on this for the whole night, and that's just not a very good efficient use of time.
We are to reach the outer world tonight. We must leave behind us all thoughts that are hostile on a low emotional level.
I think a really good exercise that I discovered recently, if you struggle with drawing, especially with the mechanical aspect of it, getting the lines that you see in your head and you can't actually do them on the page, is tracing. You just get a drawing from one of your favorite artists who has good line work and just trace over their work for like 15 to 20 minutes. And so it does two things really. One is you get better at actually placing the lines how you envision them. So mechanically you get better, more accurate and faster. Also, it gives you a chance to analyze what kind of lines they're making and the decisions that they're making behind their line work. So for example, they might have lines and they describe a curve in 4 different angle breaks.
The future isn't one person doing the work.
As opposed to just doing one line like that.
Working with AI.
And you might find that
to do more than they thought they could.
Those decisions that they're making are making a big impact on the final work.
Together.
So I've done quite a bit of tracing on Sung Mumu. It's a character illustrator that I like. I just trace their work in an overlay, and I find that's really helped me with my drawing confidence. As well as drawing with better line weight and better focus. Okay, I should do the face. Might be a good idea to draw the whole face, not just the line where the shadow is. So she's got kind of this diamond shape to her face. Still not exactly sure on the expression that I want. Maybe just like a subtle thin smile. Nose is around here. Yeah, I think my music stops. No, still going. So again, you want curves, you want straight lines as much as you can, but when it comes time to describing the form, bring in some angle breaks to describe these curves while maintaining the structure. I wonder if the expression that I gave her is looking a little bit too nice. You want the iris to be perfect circle, unless you're going for a specific character trait or style. I want the bottom of her eyeball showing. So I feel like it gives kind of a creepy look. And that might even just be a bit too creepy. I still want her looking feminine, so maybe some eyelashes on the side. The smile isn't very convincing. I like the big eye that she has.
Dad, check it. Let's join Seabus. Smart kid.
How do I fix her expression?
It all starts with a smart choice. Seabus Super. Build your something.
I think she just needs to lower the top lid. That looks really creepy. I don't necessarily want her to look creepy, but just untrustworthy, I guess. She has these cool jingle jangles hanging here. Whenever gravity is in effect, so to make sure it's consistent. So like she has this slight tilt to her head, but these hanging metal things are all affected by gravity, so they should all be not level, but hanging perpendicular to the horizon, if that makes sense. So basically just don't do this. Make sure they're hanging all straight down. And this actually needs to be a bit lower. So they have this like tilt, and yet the chains that they're hanging on should be straight down, directly in the middle. And try and keep them perfectly circular. Saying it as if you guys are drawing with me, but I guess I'm just telling myself. Okay. Kind of hanging. okay. And so since she's looking down, we should be able to see a little bit of the top of her head, so that's why I made this a curved line as opposed to just a perfectly straight line, because we can see the top of that. And these are the kind of things that you learn when you get better at drawing, that maybe you don't necessarily understand as a painter who's just copying what they see. I like this metal chain that's hanging near her eye, and so I think that's important to keep in. And this one as well, it's hanging near the other eye. That's her neck. I'm kind of just making that up. I can't tell if this is like a scarf or what underneath her neck. I think it would look nice if it was, so I'm just gonna go with it. And just thinking about the form of the scarf, how it's wrapping. It's looking a bit weird. Okay, I think the sketch is looking nice. Drawing too much here. I'm gonna make sure that you're not drawing too much. You don't need to draw every single little thing. We're just picking out certain parts that we want to showcase. Kind of like what we did in the photo bashing part of this video. And the rest is just going to be painted. So like these details, we just need to allude to them. They're all still there. I'm just not going to draw every single little one. The mind kind of just fills in the rest. You don't need to see everything. And again, redrawing these lines to make sure that the form is reading how I want it to. They're not just straight lines. They're affected by physics. At least that's what we want the viewer to think. So the important part isn't that they actually are affected by physics, but that it's believable and consistent with the world that we're making. And that's really what drawing or painting is. It's making worlds. And in order to make worlds that are believable, they need to have consistent rules that they follow. And these rules usually mirror our own world. They use the same laws of physics because that's what is intuitive to our brains. And so as long as you're adhering to those rules and staying consistent in the way that you depict them,
Victoria's labour hire laws are now stronger and broader.
you can pretty much draw anything and make it believable.
Need to be licensed, run lawfully, and treat workers fairly. Now, there are tougher checks on labour hire businesses and the people running them, because labour hire must measure up. Make sure your company meets the new standards. Visit lha.vic.gov.au/law change. Authorised by the Victorian Government, Melbourne.
Okay, we've got an hour and 20, and I'm still doing the sketch.
How are you doing today?
So I've got to speed things up.
Take a look inside.
What I'm going to do,
Looks like there's something
just
stuck
quickly
in here.
zoom in on these areas and see what's happening. It's a little bit confusing.
Stop the Further in cinemas August 20.
And because we're painting and not just doing a drawing, we can kind of get away with taking a few shortcuts and not necessarily having to make everything make sense, so long as it's telling the story that we want it to tell and looks believable for the most part. Because most of the time when people are looking at your artworks, they're only looking at it for, 5 to 10 seconds. If they take any longer than that, probably like only up to a minute or 30 seconds. So any big issues probably get seen, but the small ones, most of the time people will never even notice. Which doesn't mean that they don't matter. If you can, you should always just try and make the drawing make sense. But if maybe you're not at that kind of skill level yet, then you can get away with it and still come up with an artwork that you like and that looks good. Okay, and I'm not using reference for these fingers, although I probably should. But since we're on a time crunch, we're just gonna freehand it. Okay. That looks somewhat believable. Like probably as good as I can manage in a short time with my skill.
The most meaningful things are never built alone. At Notion, we believe AI shouldn't change that. The future isn't one person doing the work of 10. It's teams working with AI.
Does it look a bit unclear?
To do more than they thought they could.
Maybe a bit.
Let's build the future together.
All you really want is an open road, a good break, a helpful mate, a new toy, a secret spot.
Again, where possible and when necessary, make sure the circles are good.
Plus a 3K deposit contribution when you finance with Ford Finance. Get the Ranger and Everest triple stack deal at participating Ford dealers now.
Okay. Oh. Okay. I think I want to just tilt this hand like this. Is that better? I don't think that's actually better. If I tilt it more. Maybe we'll try to go with that. I just didn't want the coin intersecting with the edge of her robe. It's not really good for composition. This looks like somewhat believable. Is there a thumb there? No. Okay. Let's bring this back. Mask it. Select black. And just mask the character out so I can keep the background and everything else. But I've got a clean character sketch. Just don't want anything distracting. Okay. Let's group these two. New layer on top, or actually underneath. And we're just gonna do flats now. We're gonna go straight into color because we only have an hour. And I might actually use the photo reference that we already have and just color pick from that. to do. Police embedded. This one.
Listen, paying $16.99 a month for a streaming app, and $11.99 a month for a music app,
pretty
and
good.
$14.99 for a fitness app, and more money for a bunch of other apps. That really
So basically,
adds
the
up.
reason that I'm
So
doing
why
this
not
is
get
because
YouTube
we
Premium
already
for just
made
$16.99?
intentional
If I can
decisions
afford
about the
those
color,
and the entire world of YouTube uninterrupted. Your wallet will thank you.
so we can kind of
Yes,
take some
wallets can
shortcuts.
YouTube Premium. New users try one month on us.
Because like having to manually pick all these colors out, there's not really any reason for that. We're not really learning anything except trying to color pick by eye, but that's not really the point of this exercise. As long as we're being intentional about the color that we're putting down, then you know it's pretty okay. And of course we're gonna, wherever necessary, change the colors. Let me just make that smaller. Now, what's the best way to fill in this quickly? Probably hard round brush and just go be precise about it. I'm gonna do it all in one color for now, just because what we really need is these silhouettes. And the color at this stage kind of doesn't really matter that much. Just need a flat block to separate from the background. And in making this silhouette, you can also change the shape, so it doesn't necessarily have to match the sketch exactly. I really have a feeling that I'm going to run out of time doing this, but we'll just try and get as much as we can done, and if we run out of time, maybe I'll just go over. Because I do like the idea of this, the composition, the character, so I feel like it'd be a waste to just stop, even if I wasn't finished. But we'll at least see what we're capable of. Okay.
An adventurous spirit needs strong immunity. Aptimal Gold Plus Toddler contains a unique blend of pre and probiotics. It's the only formula proven to strengthen their immune system, backed by 50 years of early life nutrition research. So you have the confidence to let them grow and explore, knowing they're immune ready for all of life's adventures. Aptimal Gold Plus Toddler. Your life, our science.
Okay. Almost done. Okay, there we have the character, her outline. And this thing is looking a little bit long. Okay, I can lay it underneath, then we're gonna do the wall behind her. Let's quickly color pick that. And I'm just gonna use shift click to get a perfectly straight line. Because again, the purpose of this painting is not to practice straight lines, but to paint as fast as possible something that we're gonna like. So that's done. I'm gonna do the sky in the background. So I'm gonna do this kind of orangey tone. What's going on? Just do it down to here. Gradients. I'm trying to really like do this quickly. So a lot of this background isn't going to be seen because it's being covered by the buildings. So we want this gradient somewhere around this area. Okay, next. Clouds, quickly. Can I use this for clouds? Yes. Again, we're gonna go with like a silhouette. So color kind of doesn't matter. It's more so the shapes, the flow, how it's working with the composition. Because the clouds are kind of like puffy, I don't want something with super hard edges. That's why I'm not using the hard round brush at the moment. I want something kind of like a little bit dramatic, but not taking a ton of attention away from the character. So I'm just making some shapes right now, kind of in the shape of the reference that's already there, but not necessarily trying to copy it, just using it as inspiration to get started. Okay, and like we want it to be, the shapes to be visually appealing, which usually means some nice tapering. Nice flow.
I love having my mum stay, but it can cost a lot. So I'm just going to spend less on her. Amazon has low prices on everything I need. Like nice wine glasses, so she can't say, why don't you have nice wine glasses?
Why don't you have nice wine glasses?
We do! An iron, so she thinks I iron. And fancy hand soap that smells like flowers and stuff.
Gardenia.
Okay. Thanks. So spend less on your mum with Amazon.
I heard that.
ANZ Go Biz. The loan without the groan.
Okay. I think I'm happy with that for now. Maybe I should just clean it up a bit so it looks less like a drawing and more of like an actual thing. Okay, is that working? I think it's good enough. Now, just gonna lock that and add another gradient to it. So, I just simply make it darker towards the bottom. And I might reduce the opacity. Make it a bit more subtle. Oops. Okay. And now we're just pushing it back in space, making it more cohesive with the rest of the sky. So now it's not just a layer sitting on top, but something that's in space and has depth. Fade out the bottom. Just gonna do a quick lasso here. Cut this top out, so I can get some gradient on this too. And it's a bit too harsh. And that's looking alright. I would like this to just be a bit brighter. Not that. What's the light and screen works? I need to unlock this. Doing this on background layer. Starting another gradient. So it's getting lighter towards the top, darker towards the bottom.
With Squarespace, you can turn any idea into a reality. That
Yeah,
means that
looks
when
good.
you make a website with Squarespace, you can turn your solo birdwatching walks into a booked-out tour
Okay,
seeking a rare
and
species.
next up,
Or your backyard band practice into sold-out shows and sold-out merch. And
buildings.
your smoothest ski skills into a slope school for beginners.
Just group
when you make a
this guy
website with
together.
Squarespace, a website makes it real.
And I'm
Use
gonna be
offer code
using
Make It Real for 10% off your website
this.
or domain.
I think I'll just keep using this brush. It's pretty good. I was thinking about using maybe the hard round brush because it's like the best for blocking shapes in quickly. But I kind of like the texture of this, and I like not having to rely on the blur as much. So the fact that this doesn't have super hard edges like the hard round brush helps in that regard. Okay, and I suppose I should start with the back and do this in layers. So I'll do one layer for these random buildings in the background. And then another layer for the cool buildings towards the front. And so you really want to use as few layers as possible without losing out on the convenience of having multiple layers. So that's the reason I'm splitting it into 2 layers as opposed to any more or any less. I feel like there's really 2 main parts that are making up this depth, which are these generic buildings in the back and these more interesting buildings in front of them. And any empty layers or accidental layers we just want to get rid of completely. Actually, I might use 3 layers for the background. Or more, and then just merge them down. Because I don't think we'll need that many, but in terms of speed, it might help us to do it in multiple layers and then merge them down after. Okay, this is nice because it's kind of like pointing to her face, which is the focal point. Maybe come down just a little bit. Yeah, right there is fine. And with these, maybe I want to clean it up a little bit so that they're kind of straight. Because they aren't that important, but they are solid buildings. which are meant to be perfect rectangles for the most part.
Financial tools and calculators
And
from MLC.
it always helps
MLC, a lifetime in the making.
to do a simple gradient.
Cicaplast has it all covered. By La Roche-Posay.
Maybe a multiply. Lock the layer. And just take the background layer. And what's happening there? Oh, it's still a multiply. That's why. Lock it again. And just go over it. Kind of helps push them back into the distance. And so now we can focus back on these buildings. Okay, we've got 48 minutes. We are rapidly running out of time. So let's try and speed up this background. And again, I'm going to do it in layers and then merge it down. So I was talking earlier about how I didn't want to use the hard round brush for these, even though it'd be faster, just because these aren't going to be in focus and I don't want the hard edges. But obviously for the character, it's the opposite. We want the character to be in focus, and the hard edges are going to help pull attention towards her. So in that case, it's actually a good thing to use a hard round brush. But if you are going to just blur the background anyway afterwards, doesn't make a huge difference to use a brush with a bit of softness like this. And I could get away with just using a hard round brush and blurring it, but I do just like this.
can turn out to be 11.
brush, and it
For cover
will,
that goes the extra mile,
I think,
quote with Amy,
add
winner of 4 CanStar Awards for
enough to make
outstanding
it worth
value
it.
car insurance.
Enough texture, that is, and softness. I think some people will watch this and see me color picking down here and be like, that's cheating. And like, if you're trying to learn as much as possible and you're new to color picking and it's a skill that you need to practice, then I think color picking can be a bad thing. But like, if you've done it a lot in the past and you're confident with color picking and you're good at it, and color picking manually, that is, like from eye, then when it comes to actually painting, you can take some shortcuts to get to a finished piece, because you actually understand what you're trying to improve. And if manually color picking isn't what you're trying to improve at the moment, then it's perfectly fine to take the shortcut, get the job done.
Proving to myself and to the gang again and again that I was not afraid.
But of course, if it's something you struggle with, then yeah, I wouldn't recommend color picking from a reference like this. You should be able to do it by eye. But if you want to save time and you're confident at doing it manually, then it's fine. I also intentionally changed color palette before I even started, so for the most part these are colors that I chose. I'm just using a different method of putting them on the canvas. Got 42 minutes to do a full character render. Make this background look semi-decent. It's not much time at all, but it's okay. This is something that I'm learning as I go. Da, 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 da. Whoa. looking better or worse? It's looking worse. That's looking better. Okay, that needs to be a multiply layer. First of all, let me just push it back and auto hotkey thing to rotate my brush. So I'm just doing subtle form at the moment. Which goes a long way, making things look believable. And because these buildings are closer to the foreground, they deserve a little bit more attention. I need to push this one in front. So I'm gonna cut that. This one in the middle.
Join ANZ, the bank chosen by
Add a bit of
millions,
form to
and
this
bank like a
one.
local.
Just with
The fresh deluxe sausage and egg McMuffin. Don't Macca's walk, Macca's run.
multiply. It's a little bit too strong. Still. Okay. Screen. I don't like the shape of that. Is that better? Okay, I think that's better. Let's just quickly go back to that sketch layer. Not that one. Up here. Okay, so this is the background. Okay. What's going on there? Missing. Oops. Oh, it's on the wrong layer. It's not good. This one. Like this. Unlock. shape. Okay. Maybe I will just do a quick shadow on these guys. Multiply. This one, same treatment.
An early swim on a cold winter's morning isn't everyone's cup of tea.
Boom.
But a delicious hot toasty after? That we can all get on board with.
Someone
Bring
needs
a little cheer with Cheer
bit of
Tasty
light.
Cheese.
Okay. Again, push it back. Don't go crazy. Oh, goodness. Okay, it's looking all right. Okay. Just need a little bit of variation in this background here. So I might just use the gradient brush and just pull straight down. Gonna help to break up the shapes a bit. And is that working? It's a bit too much. Okay. It's better. Okay, we've got 27 minutes, and I just finished the background for the most part.
I love having my mum stay, but it can cost a lot.
Let's have a look at what we have.
Amazon has low prices on everything I need, like nice wine glasses, so she can't say, "Why don't
Pretty
you have
clean.
nice wine glasses?"
Why don't you have nice wine glasses?
We do! An iron, so she thinks I iron. And fancy hand soap that smells like flowers and stuff.
Gardenia.
Okay. Thanks. So spend less on your mum with Amazon.
I heard that.
I really need to move on to the character, but there's just one more thing that I want to change with the background, which is just cut up these shadow shapes a bit. I might just do it with this brush since it's a bit more versatile. So you see a lot of the form on the Terminator, which is where the light ends and the shadow starts.
Background play, so you can watch videos while reading, searching, shopping. New users try
Adjusting
one month
this
on us.
shadow shape, adding a bit more variation to it. It's really going to do a lot to show that there's form to this building and it's not just a straw. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay, time to do the wall just in front. It's really made up of two colors. I'm just gonna lock it. And we're gonna do two tones in a stripy pattern. Need to hide the reference real quick. So where is it? Here. Okay. It'd be nice to have some of that color variation coming through. few areas. Okay. And I'm just gonna do a screen and get this value and then turn it back to normal and take that and use it for the rest of the pattern. And so this is lining one of the darker accents. And it's kind of spotty in the middle. So we're gonna fake a bit of texture and pattern in here. And add a few splotches here and there. Another lining here. Another one down here. And there's some very intricate patterns on this rug, I think it is. We don't have time to draw them, so we're just going to do some splotches to indicate basically what we're seeing in a rough way. And if we do enough of it and it's intentional enough, then it'll pass as detail. And it really helps to vary what you're seeing, so it's not just the same colors, same shapes. Kind of gives the illusion that you're looking at something more than what's actually there. You can use some artistic license as well. You don't have to copy the reference. If it looks more interesting, then it improves the painting. And I'm just going to quickly hit this with an overlay. Add a bit of variation. Bit of saturation. And looks good to me. This is just for that form that we're seeing. Use the screen to make it light, then go back to normal. And
I love having my mum stay, but it can cost a lot.
Just
So I'm just
soften
gonna
that
spend less
edge.
on her. Amazon has low prices on everything I need. Like nice wine glasses, so she can't say, why don't you have nice wine glasses?
Why don't you have nice wine glasses?
We do! An iron, so she thinks I iron. And fancy hand soap that smells like flowers and stuff.
Gardenia.
Okay. So spend less on your mum with Amazon.
I know that.
Okay, and again, gradients. Screen. Keep it subtle. I kind of missed these. Oh, got 13 minutes left. Missed these little thingies on the wall. I guess it's a wall with like a carpet in front of it or a rug in front of it. Maybe okay, and we're about to run out of time. Put 12 minutes. Okay, lock layer, quick screen, normal, color
Listen,
pick.
paying $16.99 a month for a streaming app, and $11.99 a month for a music app,
Should be
and
using
$14.99
this.
for a fitness app, and more money for a bunch of other apps, that really adds up. So why not get YouTube Premium for just $16.99? It's like having all those and the entire world of YouTube uninterrupted. Your wallet will thank you. If wallets could talk. YouTube Premium. New users try 1 month on us.
YouTube Music's just like most music apps, but also nothing like most music apps. For example, look at this toggle thingy. That's kind of fun. Song, video, song, video. Get YouTube Music Premium. Try 1 month free of charge.
Okay, we've got 6 minutes left. Shadow. It's dark. Is that better? Yeah, maybe.
Give people lunch envy with 4 items for $7.95 with the McSmart meal.
Fancy Feast. More ways to show your love with so many delicious recipes.
What I'm doing now is just controlling some of the edges, making some of them soft. They need to be soft. And keeping them hard where they need to be hard. This is again about explaining the form. Okay, timer's up.
Cinemas, August 20.
There's a glass and a half in everyone.
Okay, yeah. That's 2 hours. Definitely far from finished, but not bad. I think what's here, even though it's unfinished, it's a good base. So I think I'll continue working on this. But after 2 hours, hide the reference. This is what we have. This is the reference we're using. I think it's a good start. Let me just quickly blur the background so that we can see the vision a bit more. If I hide these. Let's do a Gaussian blur.
YouTube Premium is ad-free YouTube and the YouTube Music app altogether. Uninterrupted videos and an app made just for music. YouTube Premium. 1 subscription, 2 apps. New users try 1 month on us.
Okay, that's it with the blur. Okay, it's 7 o'clock right now. I don't know if I'm going to continue this painting right now or if I want to finish another time, but I'm going to go ahead and end stream. That was 2 hours, my first painting in a while. Definitely need to work on getting my sketch done a bit quicker, as well as what to not sketch, just to save on some time. Spent a fair bit of time on the background, which is important, but obviously not as important as the character, so maybe I need to work a little bit more on priority. Apart from that, I think we got a good base in. And I like the direction this piece is headed in. See ya.